Whee! And the BGM didn't come through. Awesome. Love when that happens. Things happen immediately. What if we do that? How about now? Okay. There we go. Now it works. Right. I've not been able to play as much as I would have liked. I've been a little bit busy, apart from, well, basically Sunday. Apart from Sunday, when I played Repo with Rin, I've been kind of busy and been doing things. I've been more active as well than I usually am, so I'm definitely feeling that. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. So, what I'm going to do is basically spend most of today just evaluating the squad, seeing where we could possibly maybe improve a little bit, and see if we can maybe use a little bit of data to well, to figure things out, I guess. Is that? I think I have a loose hair right under my eyeball. That's very unhelpful. Oh well. I think I got it. I can't see it anymore. But the reason, or part of the reason why I'm doing it this way is because it's probably easier if I just show it go to a database. Here we have everyone who has played. I'll bump it up to 1,000. Anyone who's played 1,000 minutes as a goalkeeper in any of the 3 divisions that we have, well, in full detail, which is the J1, J2, and J3. I don't have any other leagues loaded as full detail. It's just these 3. So anyone who plays for a team in these divisions has played more than 1,000 minutes as a goalkeeper. Let's have a look. That is 73 players. That's more than I thought, actually. Huh. Anyway, what we can do then is we can fix the columns so we can actually see the columns that are important, which are these ones. Well, not specifically that one. Not specifically that one. But that one is also important. That one is apparently super important. Okay, I think Pence is the last one. Right. So, basically, my thinking was, what if you find someone who's just really good at, right, XGP per 90 to replace Arthamendia, who's been good, really good, but I felt like we could possibly improve. We could probably find someone who had done a little bit better and who preferably was also, well, not a foreign player. So we could use that foreign player slot on an outfield player, which would be very useful. So I basically sorted it by expected goals prevented per 90. And then I checked, who are the best? Well, the top one is Kashiwa's goalkeeper, and they won the league, so makes sense. Then it's Jubilee Iwata's, if we're just checking the J1. And he's solid. He's not for sale though. But the third in the division is Arthamendia. I did not expect that. So he was pretty much better than, what was that, 17 goalkeepers, like starting goalkeepers in the division. That is pretty darn good. So now I'm like, should we replace him? Or can we like find someone who is roughly as good and then maybe believe that the reason that that he performed as well as he did was because of our excellent defense. It could be. It could be. But then if we scroll down and having a look at there we go. Here we have Ochi, who also played over 1,000 minutes. Most of that was in cups, so ended a little bit towards the end. But he didn't perform as well, did he? So I don't know. Maybe it isn't. You know, I mean, there was one goalkeeper that played more than 1,000 minutes that performed worse in expected goals prevented than Ochi, which isn't surprising. He's not exactly he's a decent J3 player, says the game. They might be correct. They might also not be. Who knows? But yeah. I don't know can we find someone that can like replace him? Where's Tokyo's other goalkeepers? There we go. So Lotka is probably their starting goalkeeper. Probably shouldn't be though, if we're considering that he's underperforming. Would they sell Maikawa? No, he's not for sale. And he's not Japanese. And then we have I didn't see that Nagoshi was here. Well, that's not too bad. He was actually doing fairly well. Bang on 0. Well, slightly above apparently, because there's -0 as well. But yeah, like, I don't know. We have a really good goalkeeper. Can we replace him? If we drop it down to 0, which for some reason, conveniently, filters out any. Why does it change the column sizes when I do that though? It's very unhelpful. But yeah, if you filter it by, say like, they have to have played at least 0 minutes, which is literally not playing at all. It does still filters out those that haven't played, or only played like youth team minutes, which is very convenient. How can we not make that smaller? Here we go again with the columns with silly sizes. How can I make it smaller? Where is it? There, I kind of want to see that. Maybe here? Okay, there we go. That should be fine. Yeah, like, now we get all of these players who have played at least a little bit. But at the same time, like, you can't go, oh, look at that. 1.4. Actually, he played 1 game. So while he might be a really good goalkeeper, you cannot tell because you literally have nothing to base this off of. This dude played 3. So, I mean, again, maybe he's a really good goalkeeper, but we don't know. He hasn't played enough to be able to tell. So, played three full games and 30 minutes. That means one of the goalkeepers got injured in a game. Probably not him. I believe that I saw their other goalkeeper be out for a while. Where was the guy I was actually here to look for? There we go. Kokobo. So again, he didn't really play enough. How much is that? That's 6 games? 6 full 90s? That's all he played. In league, in cups. He also played like non-competitive, which I'm assuming is their reserves team. But that's not really something you can base anything off of, really. You can't. So yeah, and I don't want to. I don't necessarily want to look for goalkeepers outside of these 3 divisions. Number one, because we don't have full detail, and unfortunately, there is a video coming out soon-ish that does it. Not from me, but from the man himself, Muster Man, where he has actually tested to see how much detail level matters. But that's not out yet, so well, we can't see what he's found yet. But maybe soon. I think he said Wednesday or Thursday, so that will be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So I will be all over that to see just how much it matters. But at the same time, what I'm looking for is a non-foreign goalkeeper, or a goalkeeper that would classify as non-foreign. The only other, I can't remember exactly, but it's like, I don't think there are many other leagues we could really feasibly look for. Yeah, it's Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Of these, possibly the Thai league could have like goalkeepers on the quality. Like, if you compare the leagues, the Thai league is probably the closest to the J League, but it's still a bit down. Like, if we check the league rankings, The Thai league is 8th, after Uzbekistan, Qatar, Iran, the UAE, and Korea. And then it's J1, and then the Moneybag League. So yeah. And like, if we're really looking at it outside of the like very top 1 or maybe 2 teams, the drop off after, at the very least, Qatar is going to be pretty big in quality, and there's going to be like, maybe there's not so much of a drop off between the Thai league and Australia, but then China has dropped off quite a bit in recent years because of well, financial stuff. And then from China to Malaysia, that's a pretty big drop. And like, where is Indonesia? Is it hiding? There we go. 26th. That is just ahead of the Thai second division. Where's the J3? J2 is 15th. J3 is 36th. So yeah. There is quite a drop off, so I don't know if we're gonna find many like Thai, Indonesian or Malaysian goalkeepers outside of those nations. We might also not find a single one. Just ahead. How terrifying. Exactly. That's scary. It's like a reverse Dullahan. It's called Dullahan, right? Now I'm second guessing myself. The Headless Riders. This is just ahead. It's a head without a man or a rider or a horse. Just laying there menacingly. Or alternatively, now I forgot what the character's name is, and I forgot what the series name is. Now I have to the Googles. We're going to the Googles. It's only been, what, 15 minutes or something? Yeah, we're already Googling stuff that is completely unrelated. Is that it? Offer. I am not a robot. I have to say it like squares with motorcycles. Stay calm. Stay calm. It was not that one. Oh, what was it called? Damn it, me. What is it called? Well, I'm not finding it through my my Google Foo, which has apparently gone worse. So I'll have to go elsewhere. Sounds like you should rename yourself Distraction. I mean, that would be a little bit on the nose, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be a little bit too much on the nose? Usually you should try to be a little bit circumspect, not totally transparent. You should have more clever nicknames. I'm currently scrolling through the anime series I've watched ever, which is a perfect way to find things, but it wasn't that terribly long ago, so it shouldn't be too long of a scroll. But I need to find it now. I need to find it, otherwise I will not be able to continue my brain. Okay, I think I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. You're so transparent, you're entirely invisible. Efficiency. That is fair. That is fair. Efficiency is good. Ah, there we go. Undead Murder Farce. That's the one. Now I can figure out what the character's name is through that. Okay. Oh, and let's see, the character's name is. I have a pop-up. Get out of here. I'm trying to read. Rindo Aya. There we go. Dindo. And basically, the entire reason why we went down this little rabbit hole is because she is only a head. And for some reason, she's carried around in a birdcage. It's very funny. I recommend it. It's stupid. Without too many spoilers, the kind of not really the premise, but like the entire adventure they go on is because this head finds the main character and asks him to kill her because she cannot die because she's immortal, right? She's also a head because someone stole her body. And the main character says, "No, I'm going to find your body because that's more fun." And then shenanigans. Sounds like her problem. It is, isn't it? But in her, I don't know if it's in her defense, but she does have a combat maid or a battle maid that carries her around in the birdcage, so she's not all that bad. She knows her shit. This guy's retiring, isn't he? Yep. Bummer. Ah, yes, good point of this person, that other person. Exactly. But then again, like, she obviously has good taste. And someone who has that great taste, they can't really be that wrong, can they? But yeah, let's see then. If we go back to trying to find a goalkeeper. Oh look, if we go by, what would that be? What did we say that was? 6 games? Six full games? It's our former third choice goalkeeper in the 3rd division. So that's probably not going to happen. How would I know though? Did you steal her body? Considering she's not real, no. I did not. I probably wouldn't even if she was real, because that would be kind of weird. This turned weird. I did not steal any bodies. I'm not planning to steal any bodies. Not just because it's not legal. But yeah. Well, okay, then we have this dude is retiring. 6 games in the 2nd division, though. Yeah, I don't really need youngsters, because we do have youngsters. The problem is we need someone who is a little bit more experienced. So this dude would be pretty good. Because, well, he's 31, so he's older than the current goalkeeper we have. he's performing slightly better in a far worse team, it must be said. So, yeah. Maybe having, well, I say a far worse team. They were worse than us, but they shouldn't have been, if that makes sense. I don't know, because like we could just keep Arthamendia for another year. Partially it's because part of the reason why I wanted to like move on is because, well, his value has gone up quite a bit. However, after his injury, it has dropped from, I think it was 1.3 to 1.7. Now it's 1 million to 1.4 million. So it's dropped by basically the amount we signed him for. So yeah. Best player versus best player you have available. Kind of. How about this dude? He would be dirt cheap. Seems to be decent. But again, like, that's 6 games. He only played 6 games competitively in an entire year. Like, it does make things quite a lot more difficult. And then again, we have like a player who played for a much better team. And then we have 6 games in a second division team. Again, he could be great, but we don't know because he didn't play very much. And then we have the guy that they won't sell. I don't think he won't join us anyways. Also, he's slightly injured, but he would be quite nice because he's got that experience. He's got stuff. We'll scout him anyways, just to have a little bit of a look. Where are we? There we are. There we were. Then we have the second division starter, pretty decent. If we look at him, activity-wise, he doesn't look that bad. Looks pretty good, to be honest. And again, would be cheap. Not as chips, but pretty cheap. But he did also play regularly. He was their first choice. 0.1 is not that bad. It's better than nothing, I guess. 81%. What was Arthamendia? He was 83. But again, this is the second division. Is a 0.1 in the second division worth the same as a 0.1 in the first division? No, not really. And then we have the Brazilian. He was the one who was he was with us on trial, wasn't he? Yeah. You're welcome, Sendai. Harumph. Was he their best goalkeeper as well? Yeah. In the J3. I want to find where their next goalkeeper is. Do they have one even? There we go. Minus 0.2. Where did they end up? 3rd. So in the playoffs. Well done. I'm assuming that is all down to the goalkeeper that I found for them. Well, I found and then they decided, hey, he actually looks decent. We should have him. And then we have Nagoshi. Like, one thing that I have decided that I'm going to do this season that I didn't last season is I am going to have a 3rd choice goalkeeper. We're not going to have 2 goalkeepers and then 1 in the youth team and then no one ever else. We're going to have 3 goalkeepers because I don't want to have another season where we get to crunch time and suddenly we have no goalkeepers. So yeah, we're gonna have the first choice goalkeeper. Oichi is probably gonna stay the second choice. As things look right now, our third might be Uchiyama. He is somewhere around here. If we look for purple, we should find him. That's a different goalkeeper. There we go. So he's not been brilliant, but he's played regularly and could possibly do a third choice job. Possibly. Because he has dropped off a little bit. Like before last season, I think I've said this like 15 times, but he was seen as, I think, 3.5 stars by our coaching team, which I thought was a little bit high. And the decision to not go with him, probably a good one, because he's struggled in the 3rd division this season and is now said to be 4th tier standard or leading in the JFL, which is a division below where he played and struggled. So maybe that isn't too wrong. But yeah, we might just have him as the 3rd choice, and he can play for the reserves team, the B team. But like, yeah, it's a difficult choice. Do we try to? Of course, the best goalkeeper in the league is not for sale. How rude. But yeah, do we go for a goalkeeper that may be a gamble and then sell Arthamendia just because it would be quite a bit of profit? Or do we stick with him and not have another foreign player slot available? That is the question. We already do have one. One that will open up because Roganovic leaves. So we do have one foreign player slot right now that we can fill. And I do already have a player in mind for that. And it's the Esposito dude from Okayama. Damn it. Okayama. It's Salvatore Esposito. It would be him. I would like to sign him. We don't know yet if we would like to sign, but if he does have any kind of interest, I'm signing him. Purely because he is an absolute set piece monster, but he is also pretty decent in other ways as well. So if I could get him in, I will. And I will probably increase the highest paid player by a lot. Because even the low range, which I don't know why they have this low range, is usually the highest one. That's the correct, or somewhere in the middle. I don't know why it's a range either way, but like that is 1.25k over our highest paid player. So yeah, we are probably looking at upping the general wage bill by quite a bit. But yeah, he is one player I'm looking at, and if we can sign him, I will. Who was the? I'm looking at goalkeepers for teams that were relegated, because of course I am. Let's go for the selection details. That's an Iranian goalkeeper, so we're not gonna gain any. We're not gonna gain any foreign player slots by signing him. And then we have. Did he play? Oh, their first choice goalkeeper, maybe. Let's scout him as well. We may as well. Because if we could steal him, that would be decent, maybe? I don't know. Maybe? Maybe it's a terrible idea to sign players from teams that are relegated, because usually they get relegated for a reason. But then again, look at Yokohama FC. you'd expect to see Sakuragawa somewhere here, right? I don't know why, what this is based off of, because 3-star ability, and we don't know, he's somewhere in the middle, I think. Then pretty much 4.5 to 5, and this is based on their ability compared to mine. But still, I feel like 4.5 is more than 3, and well, they did have Solomon Sakuragawa, who, I mean, if you look at him just his technicals, his finishing is 10, his hitting is 11, right? It's not brilliant. However, where are we? There we go. J1. Top goal scorer in the league. For the team finishing dead last. I mean, there has to be something in that, right? 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 Oh, joined with the bastard. You shitting bastard. And Tsuchiya is joined 6th, which isn't too bad. Kaneko managed to get joined 14th, which is impressive because, well, he only scored in the last 15 games. That's all. So if he continues scoring at the rate that he did, he would probably next season win the Golden Boot, because that's how it works. Unless Tsuchiya also ups his game, which I hope. It would be great. Yeah, what I really would like to do though is I would like to see where are we doing really poorly in as a team compared to the other teams, and where can we improve. So possession wise we are the second worst, so that would be somewhere to that would be somewhere to improve. Then again, second in the league, had the exact same amount of possession, and they complete fewer passes than us, so maybe they should be even lower. I don't know. What? Whatever. And then again, the winners, they had the most average possession, so maybe there is something in that. Headers won, we were pretty comfortable mid-table, but percentage-wise, we're the best. So I think aerially is probably somewhere we should try to improve, or at least utilize that. I'm thinking set pieces. Yellow cards, we didn't get so many. That's good. Red cards, we only get 1. What? 5th best points per game. That's amazing. Oh wow, that meant we finished 5th. Okay, attacking. Goals per game. Joint 11th, that's not too bad for a team that just were promoted. I feel like probably then our strength was then in defense, I guess. Well, we'll see when we get there. But yeah, I would like to score more goals. That is one thing I would like. Expect goals over performance. We are 15th because we underperformed, I think. No, we didn't. We overperformed a little bit. Kashiwaks actually underperformed. That is worrying. They won the league while underperforming their XG. By nothing. So I'm thinking this might not show the correct number then. I had most goals actually. Let's see, Kashiwa 66 goals. Expected goals 4, Kashiwa 66. Okay, so bang on. Maybe they didn't underperform then. Marinos actually did underperform, but we can't see that because it just says 0. That's very unhelpful. Whatever. So expected goals 4, we were 9th, so we should score more, shouldn't we? How many did we actually score? 53. So yeah, we should we should score more. There were quite a few games where we had the opportunities to score more, we just didn't. Non-penalty. Oh, hey, look, it's us. Did we just have one penalty? Two. We had 2 penalties. Right. Cross completion percentage, 21%. It's not too bad. Could be better, of course, but then again, we didn't really have too many aerially dominant strikers. And crosses completed, in terms of pure numbers, we were top. Goals from corners, only 6. Set us at 12. Fukuoka didn't score a single goal from a corner. Direct free kicks, we don't really care about. Because, well, only 3 direct free kicks were scored the entire season. Okay. Indirect, 2 from us. Again, I feel like that's something we probably could improve, considering how many times we win headers. Like, we win more than half our headers. We probably should be able to score more from corners and free kicks. Pass completion, well, it's not exactly what we're focusing on, but we did that. Amount of passes, second last. Chances created, 7th. Again, I feel like we should probably create a few more chances, so that's something I might look at. I should write this down, actually. Set pieces and chances created. Those are things I want to look at. Anything else? Was there anything else? Cross completion. There will be more wing back things, right? And well, the expected goals things, those are just who knows. Shots 4. We didn't take tons of shots. 14th in terms of shots. Shots on target, also 14th. Shots on target ratio, 6th. So when we do take our shots, we usually hit the net at least. Conversion rate, 9th. That's probably something we want to bump up a little bit. Just be more efficient. Does it have, it does not have XG per shot. That's very unhelpful. I would like that. Fouls against, do we get fouls? We don't. Probably because we don't have the ball. Is Casual is up there. Shimizu. Are they the referee's favorites? Let's see, where were they on possession assigned here? Of course it's not. Oh, how annoying. So Shimizu. 9th in terms of possession, so they don't have the ball tons, but they do get fouls a lot. Dribbles made, 6th. That's not bad. Dribbles per game, also 6th. What is that about? Possession lost, 8th. So we're fairly safe in possession when we do have it. It's not often, but is the okay? Good. Is the possession in here? That would have been very annoying. But yeah, when we do have the ball, we're fairly good at keeping it. We just don't have the ball a lot. High intensity sprints, 3rd. So we work hard. Probably because we defend a lot. Final third passes for 14th. Again, that's not necessarily something we play for right now. Maybe we want to move towards having the ball in the opposing final third a little bit more. Or in the final third. A little bit more, maybe. Conceded, we were joint 4th. 49. And there were quite a few towards the end, so yeah. Expected goals against were 12th, which is, I get 2, 3, 4, 5, 9th best. Because I feel like this is the reverse, right? You want the lower. So we did concede slightly more than we should have. A lot of that is down to the second, well, towards the end when we didn't really have goalkeepers. Conceded from corners, or worst. Again, that kind of goes against the oh, we're good in the air, we win the majority of headers, but we have conceded the most from corners. I wonder if that's just because we have so many against us. Can we see that? How many corners we have had against us? Doesn't seem like it. Direct free kicks, we didn't concede any. Nice. And conceded from indirect free kicks, we only had 1, so that's fine. Then again, no one had over 4. Clean sheets, we were the best. We had the most clean sheets in the league somehow. I mean, I'll take it, but fouls made, 3rd most. That to me is, I mean, that's not bad then if we had the 3rd most fouls. Where were the yellow cards? Again, I want to see where we are in terms of how many. 12th. So we foul a lot, but we don't get a lot of cards for it. So that's not bad. That's pretty good. Tackles 1, 485. That's not brilliant. We probably want a bit more. Percentage-wise, 7th, 73%, maybe. Again, we could get that out. Most blocks by 1. That's interesting. So us in 5th and Kashiwa in 1st, or have the most blocks. That's usually reserved for teams that defend a lot, and we did defend a lot. Kashiwa didn't. Like, they had almost 60% possession, so they were more in control of the games. Possession 1, 11th. Now, possession 1 is something I would like to improve on. I'm writing down tackle win rate, possession 1. Because if we don't have the ball a lot, we want to win the ball a lot. But we don't. Like, having lower numbers, again, like Kashiwa is below us. That's because they had the ball a lot. So it makes sense, if they have the ball a lot, they cannot win the ball. We don't have the ball a lot, so we want to win it a lot. Clearance is 11th, that's fine, we don't necessarily need to or want to clear it. Interceptions, 10th, maybe that's something we could look at as well. Maybe that's something we can look at. If I can get my notes. Interceptions. And that goes into the possession 1. Penalty conceded. Are we the worst? No, 2nd worst. Can you smell that? I smell a conspiracy. So yeah, yeah. The others down here are 20th, 18th, 17th, 15th, and then 8th. And it's us in 5th. Kashiwa, to be fair, 4 penalties conceded, they won. So, oh well. Shots against. We had quite a lot of shots against. But again, we played a lot of defense, so it makes sense we would have a lot of shots against. Shots on target against, though. Now this is where it gets more interesting. 13th. So that is better. Whoops. That is a little bit better. Passes attempted against. Yeah. Makes sense. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. But opposition passes per defensive actions. Probably all nonsense, but we were the worst apparently. Would make sense, honestly. Liam, hello. Good evening. How are you doing? We're doing squad evaluation and figuring out if we need to, well, get better at something. We probably need to get better at a lot of things, to be honest. But hey. Final third passes against per game. That is something I kind of want to bring down. I'm okay with them having the ball, but not in our final third. That's kind of why I've been playing the mid block to try and win the ball away from our defensive third, but apparently that hasn't really worked. Frontale, absolute dog shit at it though. I mean, apparently it doesn't really matter if you're the 5th best at final third passes against per game and you still get relegated. Maybe that doesn't really matter then. Hiroshima are pretty darn bad at heading. They lose headers a lot. Whew. Attendances. We're not the worst. Yay. Percentage-wise, we're pretty not good. We're going to fit in 20? 22 maybe? 22,000, that should be about it. Stadium sellouts, did we have any? No. Nagoya did. Was that the one against us? Because I feel like it said something about that being a sellout, but ours weren't when we were at home. Really? Rude. I think this 23,000, I think that was our game against Nagoya. And lowest, okay, we were there as well. But financially, we were very low. We didn't spend a lot, and we didn't pay a lot in terms of wages. So, we do have some room to grow there. Yeah, I'm gonna chill on the goalkeeper's front because that's gonna be difficult. What if we check strikers? We played. Let's go with 1,000 minutes because at least it filters out the players that have played like 1 game or 2 games, or maybe came off the bench more than once, or even came off the bench at all. 45 in any of the top 3. Actually, let's untick the 2nd and 3rd tier. I just want to see what our players were against the other teams in the league. And then we'll go with strikers. We'll go with a striker analysis because I made cheeky little reviews for every position. Let's check XG over performance. Who is Morokashu? But he's a midfielder, isn't he? Did he play out wide? Someone which makes sense because he's scored tons and he's pretty darn good. Miyashiro makes sense. Kajian does not really make sense, but 0.5 goals per game. that's not too shabby. Also, I'm noticing now that some of the columns are too small somehow. The XG per shot we don't really need to be too big because, well, there are a lot of decimals. If we can see the first like 2 or something, we're probably fine. The minutes I would like to see though. Is there anything we can make smaller? Maybe the name? A little bit. There we go. Yeah, Sakuragawa is up there. Let's see if I sort by something else, now it disappears. Well, the whatchamacallits, the highlight disappears. There we have Tsuchiya. He's not too far after the like really good players. Like Sato is really good. He's ahead of Ivan Toney, which is quite impressive. So yeah, he's right up there. 0.6 goals per game is really good. What else was it we would like to see? Maybe headers won percentage. Nakajima, really? Where's Sakuragawa? He's not too far behind. He's not too low. Probably because he's more of a target, I guess. But Nakajima, oh, he has a massive jumping reach for someone who's not that tall. Interesting. We don't care too much about Nishimura. What, 10 jumping reach? Okay. Hashimoto, right. Like 0.4 goals per game, that is still really good for someone who's not, again, really first division quality. Like he really isn't, but 58% header win rate, 0.4 goals, 0.1 assists, which isn't that great, but yeah, that's not bad at all. But yeah, I have decided that we're going to let him leave, which is, I don't know, it's a little bit of a shame. But at the same time, I feel like we kind of need to move on. We can't just keep players for sentimentality's sake. If I didn't do a challenge, I probably would have kept a hold of him. And, well, if I wasn't doing a challenge, I probably would play very differently in general. We probably wouldn't have been in the first tier, to be honest. I probably would have played very differently, but I feel like we kind of need to move on. He will be 30, or will turn 30 in the next during the next season, early on, and we kind of want to keep the striker. We kind of want to keep this striker machine rolling, if you will. So I think we're going to move on from him, or I've decided that we are. Let's see who was it else? I did fiddle a little bit with that before. So the ones that I have decided will leave are Hashimoto and Yamaya. Yamaya will try to find somewhere for him to move, because again, he's not really good enough to play at this level, and I don't want to just keep loaning him out or playing him in the reserves. I'd rather he play somewhere else. And Sugimoto is still retiring in a couple of days now. So he leaves for sure. The only 3 that I have decided fully on that will stay and will play for us is the trio of Tsuchiya, Kaneko and Minamino. They will be staying and playing with us in the next season. But that means we have quite a few up for grabs. Mainly what I would like to do is keep an aerially dominant striker, preferably 2. That would be fantastic. But if we're looking at just like headers won percentage, I don't think Nagajima is gonna be that guy. You know, the guy that's gonna win a lot of headers if we play a lot of headers at him. He might, but like maybe not. And at the same time, he's a starter for Cerezo, who we did finish just behind by a point, but that point means they play in the AFC Champions League, and he's not going to leave an AFC Champions League team at 29 to play not in the AFC Champions League. So like the kind of guys we could probably go for is someone like maybe Nishimura, partially because he's only a squad player, but his physicals are really not good. So I'm not sure I would like to go for him. Also, he's 31 and he's going to get a lot worse, isn't he? Especially physically, which is already a weakness of his. But then maybe we could lure Somino away if we pay him enough. Purely on the basis that Verdi had a really bad season. I think they ended 15th. Yeah. And maybe, depending on how they play, he might... Oh. He's injured. But what I was saying is, maybe he won't be playing that much. He started 21 games, 11 off the bench. The thing is, they have... He's not going to be on that one. He's probably on here. No, he's not. He's somewhere. There we go. They have Mutokoya, who is fantastic. He's really, really good. And as much as I would like to sign him for us, because, again, he's a young striker, he would be awesome to have. He will turn 19 before we can sign him, which means he won't ever be homegrown at club. Which is a shame, because that means he wouldn't qualify for the challenge. So I won't sign him, even if he would like to, but he doesn't. But yeah, he's really, really good as well. So yeah, we'll go headers 1 per 90. Sakuragawa is up there. He's 3rd most headers won. Hashimoto is also up there. That's not bad at all. Kanda is over here. What else do we have? Chances created. So we're looking at more a creative player. Uenaka. Yeah, he was kind of nuts because he scored a lot. But 0.5 goals per 90 is not bad. He didn't overperform his XG by that much, which means he probably didn't shoot that much. Yeah, 1.4 shots on target per 90. That's not a lot. Can we find Tsuchiya? 1.3. Well then. With a higher shots on target percentage. Yeah, he's probably more... he's probably one of those that can do a little bit of everything except head the ball because he's not very tall. Ogawa, though. He will not turn 19 before we can sign him. Or before we could sign him if he would like to. Shimizu ending in, what was it, 9th, I think? They climbed to in the end. Yeah, that is not going to help. In terms of their players wanting to leave and join me. But yeah, him I could absolutely go for. That would be great. But no interest in joining. And that makes me sad. Was it? One of the ones that I would absolutely try to get is Watanabe Kengo, because he might not have a lot of goals. He underperformed his XG. His chances created 0.5 per game is not bad. However, he's pretty solid. Wait, this is a different guy. What was? So what am I thinking of? I think it is him. I think it is him, because he's unhappy and wants to leave. He wants to move to a club with a stronger squad, which I thought, that's me. No, apparently not. Apparently it isn't. But like, I feel like he could also be a really, really good player if he just plays in the right system, which probably isn't ours, but I think he could be really, really good. The problem is, I don't necessarily want to boot anyone out. Like if we check, here we go. Kaneko also 0.5 chances created per game, 0.5 goals per game, which is nuts because he didn't score until after like 22 games. He had 0 goals after 20 games, and then he scored all of his goals, and also got his goal bonus, which is awesome. But like, I don't know. Key passes. Who? Ogawa. Dribbles. Any dribbly boys? Yamamoto. Oh. Did he by any chance play out wide a lot? Because he's not that good at dribbling, honestly. Here is on Chiba. Yeah, I'm wondering if these players played a lot out wide. Can we see? Played as striker. Winger against Hiroshima's reserves. Striker. So he did play both winger and striker, which is fair enough. But that 9 dribbling, that does make him a little bit difficult to gauge. Just in terms of like, oh, could he do it on a rainy night in Gifu? Maybe. Kaneko being ahead of Tsuchiya is a little odd as well. Because Tsuchiya I have on dribble more because he's a good dribbler. Kaneko I don't, but he's also a pretty good dribbler. Pretty good. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to try and plan for like where I just noticed the Hashimoto because that distracted me. Anyways, let's see if I can refocus. I don't necessarily want to like kick any of the current strikers back in the pecking order. If anyone, it's probably Minamino, because well, he's not been fantastic. Let's see if we check goals per game, which isn't necessarily what he does most. Look for Gifu, Kaneko, Hashimoto. Gifu. Huh? Did he not play more than 1,000 minutes, or does he not count as a striker? It's only 48 players. Do you have to be like... oh wait, it's natural at striker. What if we go accomplished? Because I don't think he is natural as a striker. I think he is accomplished. There we go, 73. That is a few more, and that screwed up the columns greatly. Because why wouldn't it? It's a lot more fun that way. Get back in view, columns. There, and we can club one a little bit, position one a little bit. Which one is it? Oh, we have two more columns. Dang. There, and we can do that. I think we still have a column outside. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. That should be fine. Let's see then if we can find him. There was Hashimoto. Where can we see him? There we go. 0.2 and chances created 0.5 from someone who is a little bit more of a playing as an attacking midfielder. I feel like probably he should be creating a little bit more, but yeah, he is probably the one. Which is a bit of a shame because he's a good player and he was really, really good for us in spells at least when we played in the J2. Yeah, it would probably be him if we're going to replace anyone as a starter. If we check conversion rate, who's the most efficient? Okay, I'm a Vietnamese striker. So basically just didn't take enough shots for them. Because if he did, yeah, so like 0.9 shots on target per game. 54% of his shots went in. 0.6 goals per game. He just needed to play more and shoot more when he played. Then they probably wouldn't have been relegated. He did seem to take quite high quality shots though. What if we check that? High quality shots. Who's taking the most high quality shots? Fukuda. Wanker. Piece of shit. Research Germain as well, like, I don't know, I don't think I've ever seen him as like, oh, really prolific goal scorer, superstar striker in the J League. Because like, this is the season before the save started. 19 goals, and that was by far his best in 32 games. Otherwise, he hadn't even reached double figures in the league, except for when he played at university. I don't think that counts. I wouldn't say that counts. But then, like, 14, he was sold 13, and then 8. 8 is not that good, actually, but he didn't play regularly. But when he played, he usually scored. So, it's a difficult one. Also, I just noticed worldwide reputation. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. Especially if you look at what's his name? Esposito, the guy I want to sign from Okayama. He has Continental. I do think he's slightly more well known than Rio Germain. What am I sorted by right now? XG per shots, and that's it. But yeah, like, again, very efficient. Where's my best? There we go. 26%. That's not bad. That's not bad either. And he's also taking mostly high quality shots, it feels. Where's the next one of ours? There. That's quite a bit. 19%. And that's because he missed a lot at the start. Shots on target per game. Let's see. Yeah, he's up here. He's just ahead of Hashimoto. And where do we have Tsuchiya? He's a bit further down, yeah. Miyashiro is a really good striker as well. But again, he's never gonna join us. Onaiwa maybe. Machida didn't do as well, but he's 32. And if we're going like, oh, we want to have younger players, maybe signing a 32-year-old is not the way to go. Probably isn't. It probably isn't. Am I scouting him? I am scouting him. Just in case. Just in case. Yeah, it shows at least that we're getting our strikers into goal scoring opportunities. No one. Where's the other Shimizu striker? The Ogasawara? Where is he? Down here. That's really bad for him. He should be higher up, I feel. So he looks really good. But where is he, like? He's underperforming his XG. He's not scoring more than... He's scoring 0.2 goals per game. Which, of course, isn't bad, but... 0.1 assists. 41% header win rate. 1-3 chances created. 1 key pass per 90, which isn't too bad. But it's also not very high. 11% conversion rate. Yeah, like, I feel like he's probably not performing as well as his attributes would suggest. Because, like, just looking at his attributes, he's off the ball, his anticipation means he should be getting into good goal scoring opportunities or positions. His decision making, his composure's brilliant. And then couple that with the fact that he has good finishing and heading with good bravery means that he should be getting to every opportunity that, like, presents itself. So I don't know, why is he underperforming so badly, especially with someone like Ogawa, when he is overperforming? Well, I mean, his conversion rate is worse, actually. But, like, let's highlight both of them so I can see. Now I'm doing a squad evaluation for a different team. Yeah, higher key passes, mostly because he played out wide quite a lot. But more chances created, better header percentage, probably because he was up against fullbacks. Fewer headers, so that would suggest he wasn't the target as many times as well. But more expected assists, lower XG per shot. Overperformed the XG, lower non-penalty, but it's just put more goals per game. So like in fewer minutes. So it's really difficult. Like, what should I do? Like, how should I try to like finagle so I can like improve? Because we are losing players, like I said. We are losing. Who are we losing again? Hashimoto, Sugimoto, which is two aerially strong strikers that we had. Actually, let's see if we can find, if we go header win percentage, can we find Sugimoto? Yeah, there we go. 58% both of them. We're losing both of them. One to retirement, one because he's not actually good enough. Maybe he is. Maybe he is good enough to be like an option off the bench. That's what he was most of this season. He was mostly an option off the bench. Damn it, now I'm second guessing myself and deciding to let him go. Stupid. Did I actually set him? I have not yet. I have done so for Kai. And the gaps currently that we have is right centre back, left centre back most likely, and then it's like backups, like quite a few, because especially it's the striker positions that are like the most difficult to choose. Like, how should we go about this? Because the only that I have currently down as a question mark as a second choice is Tanaki, and I have not decided what to do with him at all. Like, should he stay at the club? Should we loan him out? Should we, I don't know, sell him? Try to sell him and get a little bit of money for him, because maybe he won't ever reach the potential that he showed. Like, it's difficult. But in like wing-back positions, I think we're pretty settled. I think Lundberg is going to stay as the starting right wing-back. Yoshinaga is the left wing-back as a starter when he joins us. Probably to take over from Aoki, because Aoki is aging a little bit, but can still do a job. Yoshida will probably be the backup right wing-back, and Ino can be the fringe player he was supposed to be, rather than playing quite a lot. And I feel like at central defense we have basically the backups done, which is probably going to be Inoue, Yoshino, and Kubo. Kubo, the guy who we signed from Iwaki, who did well when he went back on loan as well. He's probably going to be the first choice, second choice. So basically the rotation option, the guy who comes on when someone's injured or tired or just needs a break or whatever. That'll be him. But we only have one nailed on starter at the moment, and that is So. We don't have the nailed on left centre back, because the one that has spent the last year and a half as our starting left centre back, he is going back to Gamba after his loan, I think. I've not checked yet if we can sign him. The difficult part there is I don't know if I want to, because he is that left-sided, like he's a left centre back or left back, and we do have our own left centre back, left back who is currently out on loan. I don't know if we should sign a young centre back to do that thing when we have someone who just needs maybe another year. So maybe the play is trying to loan Abe for another season. Maybe we could sneak in a future fee as well, just in case. but we do still need a right centre-back to start. I do have a few options. Those are foreign players though, and if we sign a foreign centre-back as well, that brings us up to 5. And then we want to sign Esposito, which would bring us up to 6, which means that one of either, well, Artamendia, who we've not decided, or I've not decided yet, should we try to replace him, either him or Kuli would have to leave, or not be in the matchday squad at all for the vast majority of games, which I don't think either of them would be particularly happy with. So yeah, it's very difficult for me. It's difficult for me. Oh yeah, Kofi can play striker? Right, I forgot about that. He shouldn't, but he can. And yeah, like, he wins his headers. The thing that doesn't say, though, is what happens with the headers. Because he has, what, 3 heading? So he maybe wins his headers, but they're going everywhere. He's a really difficult player to place. Like, he's not really a centre-back with that tackling and strength, right? He's not an attacking player because he doesn't have any attacking ability. You can't really play him as like a fullback or something because he cannot cross, he cannot dribble. Where could you place him? I wouldn't play him as a defensive midfielder either because, again, like, he cannot tackle. He doesn't work very hard or for the team, and like, his stamina isn't great. Like, what do you do with this kind of player? Like, he is so tall. He's tall, he's aggressive, he's actually quite speedy for his massive size. But where would you play him? Do you just, I don't know, stick him up somewhere and have him head the ball a lot? But I don't know. It would end up everywhere except for where you would like it to. Mentally, he's really, really good, but he just cannot, I don't know. There's just nothing that is like, yeah, that's him. That's what we do with him. Because everything that he could do, like, he's a good passing, right? But like, just good passing is not good enough. Like, what else can he do that you can, like, so you can actually get some use out of him? I don't know. He's a difficult guy. He's a difficult guy. But yeah, right, we were thinking, let's see what we were thinking. So basic chances created. Chances created would be for us, right, either from wing back or defensive midfield. We could also include fullbacks, because fullbacks usually can play wing backs as well. Right? And then we can take these in. No, not actually. Let's do comparisons first to the league, which for some reason is easier to do in here rather than in like the stats page, because the stats page apparently lies. Here it doesn't. I don't know why that is, but that's the thing. And we go with what are we looking for? Let's start with attacking analysis, because that is for players who can play attacking, well, roles. Or, well, no, that's for players who... That is very annoying. Oh. Is that good enough? That's good enough. Okay. We can't see any names though. And we don't need to see names. Maybe we just need to see the stuff. Cross complete ratio. Chances created per 90. Who is the most creative? 0.7. What? Ah, Morita. Yeah, that makes sense. And then where's our best? There we go. Kita? That is not who I expected. That's 0.4. And this is all defensive midfielders or central midfielders in the league. Right? Defensive midfielder or central midfielders. And it's not who is both, right? No, because he is... Well, is it accomplished? It's accomplished. We've gone natural. We get fewer players. We get more players. What? How do we get more players if we are more strict in our... Whatever. Never mind. Never mind. Right. Appelkamp. It makes sense that he's creating a lot. I'm wondering if a lot of that is through set pieces. You would expect it to be. Someone I'm kind of surprised I'm not seeing earlier is... Where is he? Still no? There. He's last. He's last. See, I was thinking maybe he would be further ahead because, you know, he would be on set pieces. Maybe he isn't. Maybe he's not taking set pieces. Because no chances created at all. Or, well, per 90 at least. But considering he didn't play that much, he cannot be on set pieces, or they didn't have a single set piece after he joined. Which I think was mid-season? Was it mid-season? Roughly. Yeah. Because if he was on set pieces, surely he would be over 0.0. %18% cross completion, that is not good either. He's also 100%, he's the best player ever. He's not, but he's decent. 5 crossing though. That was his 1 cross ever though. I'm a little surprised to see Kaimoto up here. In terms of like, well, he didn't cross a lot either. Who crossed the most? Hinokyo. Not to be confused with Pinocchio. It's a different guy. Who? Kubota. Ah, right, because he was on set pieces. See, there we go. On set pieces. It's okay, I'm just really bad in the air. Because he crossed a lot. That has to be from set pieces, surely. But no chances created. That means that they must have lost every single header. Because our defensive midfielder, 4.6, 21% cross completion, 0.3. I'm fairly sure the crosses include set pieces, like corners and free kicks. Right, let's go back to chances created and sort it by actual successful people. That sounds mean. Good. It's supposed to be mean. Right, where is he? Right, here we have the other guy that I'm looking at signing. He's at 0.2, which again is worse than some of our players. See if we scroll up there, we have Fujiwara is higher up in. Well, they are the same, but I guess he played less. And then we have Kubota, who we loaned in. And then we have Kuli. He's up here, 0.3. And then we have Kita. Yeah. Well, that's certainly something. Because these are two players that I was thinking, oh, we could bring them in, and surely they will improve us by being, you know, really good. And like, he should be good at like creating chances, being that, I guess, a box-to-box type presence. He's free. I'm probably going to sign him anyways, just because he's free. Free! And Esposito, like, surely, if we can just keep our aerial dominance, well, winning most of our headers, surely if we have him on set pieces, we should score a few more, because just the precision. Right? Surely. I'm really surprised he's down here though. What is he doing? What's wrong with you? Yeah, it's not encouraging that quite a few of the players that are like, oh, I should add into the shortlist. A few of the players that I'm like, oh, maybe these guys, they're all down fairly low in terms of chances created per 90. And again, I mean, there are two in like top, what, 5? 10? Do we just have our chances created from out wide? Like fullbacks or wingbacks? Hey, all of the columns changed size for no reason at all. Gonna make it more difficult to see, you see? Or I guess you don't see. That's the issue. I want to see. Make that a little smaller, as long as I can see my own. Ah, yeah. The two highest in terms of chances created are our wingbacks, or, well, I guess more regular wingbacks. They're number 1 and number 2. Also, the number 1 is the guy I'm probably going to not start next season. But he didn't. So he didn't attempt tons of crosses, but he was more accurate with his crosses. Curious. Please. Maybe we just don't see the. We just don't see the names. Maybe we'll just have to do without. We still can't see properly. What the schnitzel? If we do that, can we see everything? Yes. Okay, good. So yeah, apparently our chance creation is mostly from the wing backs. Or well, I could just check our in the squad view to see where the chances are created, but they seem to be the more prolific ones. Like 0.9 and 0.8 per 90. If we check assists per 90, they are lower though, which is interesting. They're not as high. There's still... What's that? Like 11? Yeah. 10th and 11th in assists per 90. And both are slightly under their expected assists, so could also do better with more, whatchamacallit, a little bit more ruthlessness from our strikers. But yeah, in terms of creating chances, our wingbacks are pretty darn good at it. I wonder how Aoki is... How is he doing that? Is that through like through balls or something? I mean, it kind of has to be. Because if he's not crossing that often... I don't have like progressive passes in here, so we can't see that. Yeah, maybe it's through that then. Through the wide areas. Cross completion. Someone who crosses a fair amount. So this dude. Ah, right. Said it so again. Naturally. Dang it. And then it's Tokyo. Another of the teams that are better than us. For some reason, I don't know why he is that good. Like, he's apparently crossing a fair amount. 1.1 crosses attempted per 90, 40% success rate. I mean, it's not that many. But like, he has max 5 crossing. I think it's lower. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? And then we have a Nagoya player, and then a Shimizu player on loan from Tokyo. Who probably... Oh, we are scouting him, good. We probably should scout him. And it's Tokyo again, and there we go. Aoki, our player. Kyoto are also not very great. Fujiwara, who I'm assuming... Oh, he's 32, so... I'm assuming he popped out a lot of crosses onto Sakuragawa. Right, I was gonna check. I was going to look for Higashi, a wing back or like left mid that I've been thinking about. Maybe this guy, but then I remembered he hasn't played a game since last year. Maybe, and the maybe isn't like, could it possibly have been that long? I don't know if he actually did play last year either. There he is. Oh, he played 4 times towards the end, I guess. Yeah, May. He played all of his games in May. "28 league games before that." Yeah, I feel like he probably should want to sign for me, but he seems like he refuses. He's a silly guy. Jaws, hello. Good evening. How are you doing? Doing shitty. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Got no friends as always. Well, that is the thing. It's difficult to get friends. It is what it is, yeah. It is what it is. Oh, your opponent crosses. Hmm. I feel like of the fullbacks, wingbacks that actually crossed a bit, ours were pretty darn good. Hmm. That's a little bit. It's a little bit. So I'm assuming then, well, I'm thinking then that probably what we need is more chance creation from the midfield. And that was something we should. You just want to say hello. Good, you have to go. Have a good one, you as well. And thanks for stopping by. Even if it's just a short time, it's always good to have you pop around. Yeah, I think it's difficult if we can like try to lure any players away from their teams without like breaking our bank. I kind of like our bank. Yeah, chance creation from midfield. We didn't really have anyone that was really prolific. It was Kita, 0.4, and then I think the next one was Kuli as 0.3. So did he not score a single goal, Kuli, in the league? He did, once, which ends up being 0 goals per 90. Really? Is it really that bad? He had 1 goal divided by 1.857 for every minute he played equals, and then we go times 90 equals a 0.04. And I guess it's well, that's something. I don't necessarily need goals from midfield, even though Kaimoto would be awesome to have. Like I said, I don't necessarily need goals from midfield because we have 3 strikers. They should probably do most of the scoring. But like having someone who could create chances, maybe then what I should look for is like key passes. Key passes and oh right, that reminds me. Go back to the crosses. There we go. Yeah, see? So he has 1.6 key passes per 90, one of them being set pieces. So per 90 had 1 key pass from set pieces. That just tells me they didn't really do that well in converting his deliveries. So, with a more aerially dominant team such as ours, didn't Okama win a lot of headers as well? To the stats page, which sometimes lies, but 52% header win rate. They won slightly fewer headers than we did. Let's see. Goals from corners. They had 5, which is fewer than we did. Goals from indirect free kicks. They had 1, which is again fewer than us. Maybe they were just really bad at aiming their headers? I don't know, because if they are really good at winning their headers, which being the second best in terms of percentages, they seem to be, how did they not convert any of his chances or any of his free kicks or corners? That feels weird to me, because he's such a good set-piece player. And I just now thought, what if we had Salvatore Esposito on set pieces, and then you had like Kaimoto with 19 jumping reach and 13 heading, and the centre backs that we already have with like So, for example, CD So with his 16 jumping reach, 14 heading, which isn't too bad. And then we're looking at we can just pop in and have a look at the lad Patrick Tiedman with his 15 jumping reach, 11 heading, which isn't brilliant, but 16 bravery. He's aggressive. I mean, if we have an even bigger team, an even taller team, surely someone like Esposito should theoretically thrive. Suddenly, we have players from... What? Thank you. We suddenly got a different list of players. Okay. Let's pretend that didn't happen, because that was weird. Also, this is not the list. Hang on, where did Kaimoto go? He's not... What? He's no longer here. He's no longer visible. What? What? Why? He's just gone. He doesn't exist anymore. Game, what the hell? It becomes a lot more difficult to find players if they disappear. Wait, what? Yeah, something is very fishy here. Because for some reason, some players have disappeared. Let's clear all. And then we find a lot of players. Interesting. And then we load filter. There we go. Don't wonder why it closes out. Has played at least 1,000 minutes and can play defense midfield or center midfield. He's still not there. Dude, what the hell happened? Why is he not there? So what has filtered him out? There are only 2 series of players. What has... It's only 2 of ours as well. Or 3 of ours. Where's Kuli? What? What the hell happened? We'll do 0. Will they show up then? No. What the hell? Why are some players just gone? If we do that, that puts us at 41. Not considered. There you go. Now they're... Is he back? No. Dude, what the hell? Well, that makes things a lot more difficult for me if I'm trying to, like, compare between players. And it's like, oh, well, actually, some of them are not going to show up because of reasons. Like, not even all of my players shows up. What the hell? Is it because I looked at my shortlist? If I look at my shortlist again, then click back, what happens? Nothing. What if I go in here and then swap? And then go back? Now we have different players. So he's not back. But now we have some of my shortlisted players. Well, the shortlisted players on the shortlist that I was looking at, as well as the players that I searched for. Why? Why would my shortlist add in players to the search? And now Kaimoto is back because he's on that shortlist. But if I apply this, he's going to disappear again, isn't he? Yep. Game, what in the world? Oh, it was 67 players before, now it's 64, so 3 players have disappeared off of the filters as well, or the filtered list. How? Okay, that's... Well, that's slightly frustrating. How am I supposed to do, like, anything if it does that? What if I, like, go to my first team? If I, like, click around a lot and then go to player database, what happens? Nothing. If we filter now, we have 64 players. Yeah, again, this does make things, like analyzing things, a little bit more difficult. I just saw Ricardo Pereira. How about that? Anyway, stop looking. I'm trying to figure things out, see if I can, like, do anything to, I don't know, fiddle. Just jumping around pages so we can then go back here. Is that 113,000 players we have on this list? And then we edit search. I want load the filter. Load. 555. Okay, let's check Citizen. We cannot find it. Willie, hello. Good evening. Is Kuli at least showing up? No. How am I doing? I'm doing fairly well. Well, apart from frustrations with the game, but that's to be expected. But yeah, in general, I'm doing fine. How are you? Couples won their first game on Sunday. On the right track, I see. Awesome. That's good. I've been really bad at keeping up with like how anything is going. Look, it's 10 saves. Damn. Damn. Does he need a... Would he like a move to Japan by any chance? And can he keep that up for an entire season? That would be great. Yeah, 10 saves. That's not bad at all. Isn't that more saves than the... wasn't it Unai Simon did? Or isn't that more than he saved the entire World Cup? I want to say he saved like 8. Couples had 1.17 XG, Han offered 3.3. Oof. Got them good then. Got them good. See, I'm scrolling back in a conversation I had. You're still on 3-1? Yeah, well, exactly. Exactly. If you're not gonna score your chances, you're gonna lose. Who needs more XG? All you need to do is put the ball in the net. It's a simple game, you know? It's a simple game. Except if you're like Gary Lineker, then it's worse. Then it's worse. Still looking because I'm not very quick. Yeah, so Unai Simon had faced 10 shots the entire tournament. That's 10 shots on goal the entire tournament. One of them was conceded, so yeah. He did, in fact, Lotka then. Say, can you please go away? Thank you. Lotka saved more than Unai Simon did in an entire World Cup. Well done, that man. So I'm just noticing that apparently I've been disconnecting and reconnecting to my own YouTube chat 15 times or something like that so far. That's brilliant. Sigurdsson with 2 goals, Butler with 1, and an assist for the lone guy. Nice. Good for the lone guy to get off to a good start, right? I'm gonna go ahead because when silly things happen, restart the game. So that's what I'm gonna do, and hopefully once we get back in, the players will not have disappeared from the player search, because that makes things very difficult. Man, just because I want to try and do some like data stuff where I do like numbers and stuff. Nah, you know what? Screw you. This page is buggy for no reason. Undeflected free kick, a penalty, and a drop kick. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Wait, you had a penalty, and that's 1.17 xg. So apart from the penalty, you had like what? 0.3? Not even 0.4. And still scored 2 goals of that. Fair enough. Fair enough. 4 shots on goal. Mint. That's proper football. That's proper football. Who needs to shoot that much? If you just put the ball in the net, you don't need to shoot once more than the opponents. Right? I don't know if I had like 25. Yeah, well, apparently they're not very good at shooting. Right? If they were good at shooting, surely they would have scored more. If they were as good as Kotbus at shooting, it would have been 24-3. Right? Well, not really. 75%. What was 75% of 25B? 16 or 17? Something like that? Would be perfect. That would be great. Would have been a fantastic game, wouldn't it? Let's not check the shortlists. Let's head for the database and find. Right, we're at the goalkeepers again. Lotka turned into the Corpus wall. Well, someone needed to be, right? Goalkeepers away. And 1000. Hide those. Apply. Do we get more than? Yeah. See, now we have 10 more players than we did last time. or last attempt. And there he is. I don't understand this game. I don't understand this game. Why is it like this? It's silly. Oh, if I do that, oh, it does. So we could do like something like, you may as well hide the entire thing then. Like the transfer value and the wages are not that important at this point in time. So if I just can see it slightly, that's more than enough. Honestly, their names are probably more important at that point. Wait. There's some bigger columns for it. What the hell? Slightly smaller somewhere. Probably the positions, and then we can make the names slightly bigger. And then we can make the position slightly smaller because we know where they can play. Okay, that's fine. Next 2 weeks are going to be important. First against Bielefeld away and then Gifu at home. Okay, have 9 points a game. You could. You could. I mean, you would say Hannover would be better team. Would be a better team than both Bielefeld and Gifu, right? At least I would say so. And I know my stuff, of course. I'm the knower. Hang on. I'm still missing one player that I think should be in here. Maybe he's not natural at defensive midfield yet. Isn't he? I thought I'd managed to get... Maybe he didn't play 1,000 minutes. Maybe that's the issue. He's not natural at defensive midfield yet as well. Let's see if no one's disappeared. Good. Good. And the conversion rate has exploded. There we go. Where were we? I wanted chances created. We're back at chances created. Yeah, I feel like in theory, if we... Oh wait, there was like key passes. It's still Appelkamp, isn't it? Toyoda? Ah, but he's also from set pieces a bit. Should probably look at open play key passes. Kawasaki, yeah, we're not going to let him go, is he? Are they? Are they? Maybe? Maybe? He's on an expiring contract as well. He's very much an attacking player, though. He can run a lot. Not super fast. Good shot from distance, good passing. Good leadership. We could have a little bit of a look. Oh no, I scouted some players, hadn't I? I should have saved and then reloaded. Oh well. Can I remember who I decided to scout? Yep. Craziest game of the weekend besides your game was Magdeburg, who wanted to play for promotion, lost 6-1 at home against Braunschweig. 6-1 at home. Well, they're making things interesting at least. You can't fault them for that. Yikes. 6-1. Yeah, we don't have a lot of open play key passes from anyone in midfield. We're kind of down here. Kurio and Kubota. He's also here. Yeah, not great. It's all bottom half in terms of open play key passes for our midfielders. What if we swap to the defensive analysis? Because then we have not just the... Oh, okay, thank you. That was great. I really needed the columns to explode. Okay, and then we there. I might want to no. Why can't I do that then? Oh, whatever. I see what I need. Zweite Bundesliga doing Zweite Bundesliga thing. Yeah. I'm gonna call it the best second division in the world for nothing. It's definitely one of the more entertaining ones, right? Because things are gonna happen. Things are gonna happen. For sure. Yeah, like... Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there any, like, second division that could really rival it? I think the closest you probably would get would be the championship, but the championship is also one of the stupidest divisions in existence, so I think they fall quite a bit short on that front. Yeah. And like, I mean, there are some really like classic teams in the in the Zweite Bundesliga, right? Probably some in the J2 as well. Who knows? That's not what we're talking about here. Like, I feel like Hannover feels more of a Bundesliga team than Zweite Bundesliga. I will never accept that Nuremberg is not a Bundesliga team. So, yeah. Coolest thing is, in the Zweite Bundesliga season, almost all of the 18 teams could get promoted. Honestly? Yeah. But however, for specifically this season, there's one team that I would really like not to be promoted, just because it would be funny, and that's Wolfsburg. It was kind of funny they got relegated. It was funny they got relegated, so it would be nice if they could stay down there for a little bit. Humble themselves. I think that could be fun. Dresden, good. Good. And long may they not win. Or something. I suppose losing the ball quite a bit, or quite a few times, but I'm assuming at least some of that is due to what's it called? At least some of that might be down to set pieces. Because apparently his team was not very good on that front. Good start for Nuremberg. Mohamed Ali Soma, 22-year-old Italian, scored a hat-trick against Dresden. There we go. There we go. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. And then some. Let's see if we can find Honda. There we go. There he is. 6.4 is not too bad. That's actually quite low. That's good. Where do we have our players on this? Kuli lost the ball quite a lot. Fujiwara as well. Kubota, but that's probably some of that is down to set pieces. Kita was really solid, really safe in possession. That's good. That's the 4, right? Yeah, that's the 4. Kotbus in third after one game day. Stop the count. Just end the season now. Stop it. End now. Quickly. Quickly. Kuli. He almost wakes up for his possession lost by winning the ball a lot as well. Fujiwara, same. It's interesting. Kita, he wins the ball more than he loses it, so that's a good thing. Kubota, he's a little bit behind, I guess. Right, I lost Esposito. I lost him. I can't find him. There. I had added him to the shortlist. I remember that much. I cannot remember who I started scouting though, which is a little bit. It's a little bit annoying. Okay, so if they don't have a little pound sign, they are not for sale. I really dislike that. Oh, actually no. He doesn't have one either because he's just not very expensive. Who tries to pass a lot? Kaimoto, okay, that makes sense. I don't know. This is your first win since March 23rd, 2014, where you won 3-1 away against Bielefeld. Your first win in the Zweite Bundesliga, or first away win since then? That sounds wrong. That can't be it. Inside the Bundesliga, yeah, okay. Then I understood correctly. Nice. It's nice when that happens. Doesn't happen often. I forgot that part. It happens. It happens. We got there. We got there in the end, and that's the important part. And I probably should have had a... Because I feel like this is probably a more defender type view. Probably should make one for central midfielders. Two brains work together to complete the last part. Yay! Teamwork. Clap. High five. Teamwork makes the dream work. Why is there something blue in there? There's something blue in some of these. Wonder what that is. Well. Who were at the Oregon? Kashima, Kobe, Tokyo, and Osaka. So we probably won't be able to sign players from them. Maybe from the other, well, 15 teams. Maybe, possibly. Possibly, maybe. Yeah, in 2014, after that win, you lost 6 of your last 8 of games of the season. Yeah, I mean, if it was a relegation season, then probably wasn't the best. Probably wasn't the best end to the season either. Unfortunate when that happens. But hey, now you got the win. All you have to do is keep doing that. You've done the difficult part in one game. Now you just need to do it again. You know how to do it. It's simple. Right? Football really is a simple game. 18,361 in attendance. That is another thing that is like really cool about the Zweite Bundesliga, I feel. There's always a bunch of people there. Like, you're always going to have like a bunch of supporters. And it'll be loud. It'll be really cool for the home team. Probably a little bit intimidating for the away team. Or are they used to it? Are they used to it at this point? Can you get used to it? Maybe. You cried at the anthem, all emotions the last 12 years came out. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, finally back. Just the like relief, the happiness. Fully understandable. And honestly, as long as it's happy tears, then it's all good. Say that, but I don't know. If it's sad tears and you feel like, I need a good cry, bloody hell, do it. Just do it. Just do it. It's okay. Just cry. That's why it's there. That's why we have that function. If we need to do it, just do it. You watch them play at stadiums with not even 2K attendance and all this. It's great to be back. Yeah, I can absolutely understand that. But like, being on that journey though, like, yeah, we're not quite there. We're like middling, but still fighting on, being there, cheering for your team. And then they just keep going. And suddenly, there you are. One step away from where you want to be, probably. Or do you? Maybe it's more fun to stay in the Zweite Bundesliga because it's more interesting. It's not like 17 teams and the winners. 17 league and then you have Bayern. I get to play Hertha again. Nürnberg, Hannover, Bielefeld, so many cool stadiums. Yeah. Like that's again like one of the things with having so many like classic teams in the second division. Like, you get to go to really cool away days as well. Like, if you can make the trip, of course. It's not always possible, but like when you can get to visit some really neat stadiums. I'm still peeved over this. Like, me struggling to sign anyone at all. Anyone that doesn't come from, like, the Senegalese leagues. And then one of the other teams in my division just goes, hey, you know what? We're just gonna sign a dude from Dortmund. Sure, the second team mostly, but still. I can't do that. I can't even sign players on loan from Bayern's second team. That's rude. So different. If it takes you another 12 years to get promoted to the Bundesliga, you take that. Just don't ever go back down. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Staying in this fight, it probably should be like the short to mid-term, so you can like build up. It's gonna be difficult to like just shoot up through the leagues because it's so competitive, and unless you're like Leipzig, that's gonna be difficult. That's why I'm hoping like that Wolfsburg maybe struggle a bit and stay down, because that would kind of maybe force them to well, be normal. Be normal for 5 bloody seconds. You probably send back Matsi though. Eh? Hang on. Oh, right. Right. Looked up the last years, he took 38 points to stay in the second division, so 3 done, 35 to go. That's 12 games. Easy. You'll be done before Christmas. Right? Right? Easy. Key hitters. That's a lot of key hitters. Of course, it's Keimel. Man, now. If only I was a better team earlier. Snot. Tackle win rate. Right, but he doesn't tackle very often. We wrote tackles and then we go like by people that are actually tackled. Malbena, of course he is. Of course he is. Bastard. Hinokio actually. So he tackles quite a bit. And he's decently probably the aggression. Like he could be an option. Kubota actually decent in terms of winning his tackles. Ban. He's just no. He's just a little bit. I had to say it. I must Baji though. Wait, hang on. 2 tackles per 90. Or tackles completed, right? 2 tackles completed per 90. 81% tackle win rate. With 1 to 5 tackling. Bruh. How? Is he like... I would like to be able to tell where is he winning that ball back, because if is he winning the ball against centre backs, because that would be brilliant. Receptions protected volley. Oh, come on, shitbag. Why are you so good at this? Stop it. most important thing is that the fans need to come. Even if you lose games, there will be hard times. Probably even lose games pretty high, but that's okay. You're freshly promoted. Yeah. I mean, I would assume that most people are at least somewhat self-aware, like can see that we're newly promoted. It's been quite a while, so you know there will be games you lose, especially in like a really competitive league. It's just gonna happen. One of the things that I added in as was interceptions. I wanted to see if we could like improve on interceptions. We have 2 of the top 5, top 4 even, in terms of interceptions per 90. Maybe I just need to play them more? Played for promotion the last 4 years, so I forget how it feels to lose. This will be a big adventure. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, again, I'm mostly following the Premier League because that's where my team plays. But you see teams just like walking the championship. They win at like 100 points, and they've lost twice in the entire season, and they come up and then like lose 28 games or something. Like it's to the point where I see fans like, I hope we don't go up, because then we can keep maybe winning games. It's no fun just getting bashed every single weekend. But yeah, it's like, yeah, when you are the best team of one division and go up, and then you're not the best. You're like probably one of the worst, unless of course you can buy your way to becoming not the worst. Yeah, it's it's going to take a little bit to adjust. We have 3 players in the top 14 in terms of interceptions per 90 when it comes to midfielders, and the last one is right there. I think we only have 4. Yeah. So all 4 of our defensive midfielders are in the top 21 in terms of interceptions per 90. So maybe interceptions in the middle is not exactly where we are lacking in terms of interceptions. Maybe it's in central defense. What do you mean central of defense? What's in defense? Maybe you can even start a little cup run. That's always fun. Cup runs are always fun. And I mean, who was it last? Was it last year or the year before? Was it Saarbrücken that went on a really good run? Wasn't it? Yeah. So it was 2 years ago. So that's not too bad. Saarbrücken, Bielefeld. The Bielefeld last year? Saarbrücken went to the, was it semi-final? Final? Semi? Oh, come on. Why are you... Okay, there we go. Semi-finals by Kaiserslautern. Of course. Of course. Bielefeld 2 years ago. Saarbrücken 3? Was it 3 years ago? Yeah, 23, 24. Jeez. It felt like it was last year. Like last season. Yeah. Getting old. It just keeps happening. Damn it. It keeps happening and I don't like it. Oh well. Oh well. Hinoki is popping in a little bit here and there. Like he's pressing a lot. He's not very good at it though. But 13.2 presses attempted per 90. 2.6. It's not the worst. He's still up there. Here. So even if he's not the most efficient when it comes to pressing, he is pressing. What was it? What a completed press is? Can we see that? Can we find that? What? Okay, great. What's the point of that then? That is also not what I wanted. Where am I? Cool thing is with VfB Krzysztof, you now have 2 teams out of your region in the DFB Pokal. You play Augsburg, that's a rough one, and Krzysztof play Mainz. Yeah, they might struggle a little bit with the with the cup run, but it's fun that they're there. You have to get there first before you can go on the cup run, right? The W is silent, so Krzysztof? Krzysztof? Huh. Okay. Going for what? Pressure attempted. Why am I getting American football stuff? I'm not American. Can I get real? Can I get real thing? Ah, Polish connections. I see. I see. Oh. Is that kind of similar to like, I mean, you have like French regions that are, they sound a little bit more German at times. Guess that's what happens in the like border regions, or well, regions that are at least very close to neighbors. I think we have similar things with like Denmark. I know Finland has the same with us. There are places that sound a little bit more Swedish than typically Finnish. But that's not just down to like, oh, it's close to the borders. It's also we did a little bit of invading at one point in time. Just a little bit of occupation never hurt anyone. If I want to cool, if I want to be cool, don't call you Koppus, just call you Trosebus? Trosbus? Hosbus? Is that or a sh? And do you... The accent, is it an E or... Sorbian. Difficult. Chosabus? I'm probably never gonna remember that. But I'll try. I'll try. Okay, I'll go away. Can you learn Sorbian there? Oh, good. Good. I like that. Like, local languages should be taught so they don't just disappear, because that's just sad. That's just sad. I'm trying to figure out what exactly a completed pressure is. And instead I'm getting like an explanation of what is pressing. Then again, I literally went on to England football learning. So what can pressing look like? Here are some example scenarios. A primary age player, excuse me, simply shows desire and enthusiasm to run after an opponent that's on the ball. Is this just like sugar cube theory? Player reacts to a trigger that suggests there's a chance to win possession, such as a poor first touch or pass. Player loses the ball but immediately applies pressure on their opponent, an approach called counter-pressing. Ooh. A team coordinate their movements to apply pressure, make play predictable, and eventually win the ball back. To see pressing in action, watch the video below. No thank you. What is a completed pressure? Is it when someone loses the ball? Is a completed pressure, not pressure. Such an unknown language that even Google Translate doesn't know it. Oh, stop giving me it's giving me silly whatchamacallits. It's giving me American football, lots of it, which doesn't help. Why is it so slow scroll? What the hell? No, what are you doing? It's a combination of Polish and a bit of Slavic. Yeah, that... I mean, the region was a little bit of a melting pot. Like Middle Ages and stuff, right? So that would make sense. Oh wow, this feels like... Okay, I'm on a different webpage now. It's a Barca Innovation Hub. I'm not sure if this is like actually FC Barcelona. It might be. It's like a blog post. Like, Build up disruption percentages. I'm reading things that are like, I don't understand these things. What are you? But I think it might also be, I'm not sure if it's like written in English or if the, let's see if we can find the, it just says editorial team. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's written in English or if it's been like translated, machine translated, because under build-up disruption percentage, it says the BDP quantifies the destructive effect of pressing on the rival construction, which I feel might not be an entirely native English sentence. But I kind of like it, the notion that the rival is a construction and we need to destroy it. We need to be destructive. You live not too far from an old Slavic castle, now in a museum. Oh, nice. Have you been? Usually, like old castles and that turns into museums and the like, they usually have quite a lot of cool stuff there. Especially if they have like plaques and stuff like that. They describe the like the history, people who have lived there over the years and stuff. Of course, you've been there. Nice, good. That's the way it should be. I'm assuming you probably, maybe. I don't know. Probably probably you probably would have gone with school, right? If you live not too far from a castle that's also a museum now, feels like a thing that would result in quite a few school trips. Slava Radush. I mean, let's do that. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm liking this thing. I'm looking at a picture. Or is this a drawing? I don't know, it feels like it's both a photograph and a drawing at the same time, and it's really it's really confusing me. It's really confusing me. Hang on. Let's just so I'm not just talking over the game visual. Let's do that, and then we do this. So it's this thing, right? Oh boy. See, yeah. Oh, come on. No, give me the. There we go. How big is this picture? Jeez. This thing, right? Like, I don't know. This is. I don't know. It's probably a picture, photograph. But at the same time, like I don't know why anyone would paint in the like the solar things in the background. Probably not very visible. So I'm gonna use my trophy to point. Oh no, I can't because it's in the back. Wait. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Boop, there we go. Now I should be able to point. It's like right here you have like a solar farm. Along where I'm pointing with the upper left corner. Also right here, next to the what looks like a little, I don't know, little door. There seems to be, it looks like there's a little dude standing there, like the shadow of a little dude. But I don't know where is that little dude? Is he a, that's why it's like, is this painted? Or is this like is that like a cutout for like show it? This is what a dude would look like. It's a beautiful look over the city as well. Yeah. So I'm wondering what the right. Let's see. Let's grab my little impromptu pointer as well. Like right here. I'm wondering if that's like, is that another large structure way in the background, like really far away over here? Or is it just like clouds? Or is it some kind of industry and they're just spewing fumes? In the middle there are some events. You can build your own boat. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. And I see like there are little plaques around the edge. I'm assuming they have like information and stuff. That's brilliant. That's a really cool castle. How old is it? Hang on. So it's the Wikipedia page is available in a grand total of 4 languages. I'm on the German one because that makes sense. The other ones, Polish, makes sense. Russian, kind of makes sense. And then it's Norwegian. For some reason. Available in Norwegian. Why do Norwegians care? 9th to 10th century? Yeah, the one that I see is 880. So what does that actually say? Built around 880. And I'm assuming it's been like, I guess, rebuilt, renovated, added to over the years. Yeah, that's a really cool castle. I like castles. They're cool. Let's just search for specific. No. Okay, so the pressure completed is basically when they force an opponent to make a mistake. That makes sense. That does make sense. So Hiroka is probably the most efficient of the ones that actually pressures quite a lot. Is he playing a lot? Is he playing a lot? He's not playing a lot. I wonder if that is it's a tactical thing though, because if you just look at his attributes, his work rate is decent, his aggression is not, his determination is non-existent. So from just that, I wouldn't necessarily say, he's going to be a good presser. But he is an efficient one, at least. So I'm wondering then if it's a tactical thing, or if it's some, like, hidden attributes. Also, I'm probably don't necessarily need to have... Probably don't necessarily need to have the castle on screen for... back to the game. Whoops. Oh well. The cool castles can always stay for a little bit. Actually, I changed my mind. If we do this, we can put it up here. There. Now it won't be in the way either. Everything is still visible and we can have a little castle on this screen. I like castles. Yeah, Hinokio could be decent... a decent signing. Do we know if he would like to sign? We don't know if he would like to sign. But for him, I feel like it's more... It makes more sense that he is, like, pressuring a lot. 16 to 19 aggression, 18 determination, 13 work rate. So work rate's basically the same, right? Compared to Hiraoka? Yeah, so they have the same work rate, but determination and aggression for Hinokio is just miles better. Apparently his pressures are just as good as Kita, which is interesting. The cool thing is that you can learn so much there, like how slaves build their own weapons. They had a very special way to bear their people. Oh. Close to Egyptians with the stuff they put in the pyramids. Oh. And they have been great warriors. There the Slavs were huge. Yes, it really was. I mean, if you just look at it now, where the region covered where the Slavic people is right now, it's quite a bit to the south. And like they were further north as well, and quite a lot east. So they did cover a lot of ground. Definitely did. They definitely did. Do we have prolific pressers? Not really. Fujiwara. I mean, actually, maybe we are. In your city park, you have a real pyramid. I mean, in fairness, aren't all pyramids real? Even the, what's it called? Oh, what's it called? The big glass one in, where is it? In the US somewhere. What's it called? Is it the... Ah, right. The Memphis Pyramid, it's called. The the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. Egyptian style as a grave. Okay. It's the, like an actual burial ground? Because if so, that's kind of cool. I like cool things. History lesson today? I mean, I'm always up for history. I like history stuff. It's fun. It's fun, it's interesting. And learning is never a bad thing. fact, more people should learn history, and then once they have learned about history, they should learn from history. So we don't do the same things again and again. Because unfortunately that tends to happen. How about we just don't do it again? Okay. Matsuoka, maybe not someone I should be looking to sign if he has 3 mistakes leading to goals. Why is it though? Because he doesn't lose the ball a lot. He wins the ball a decent amount. He's very progressive with his passing, but he's safe with his passing as well. A progressive pass isn't a completed pass, so Prince Pukla and his wife were buried there. Oh, a prince. I mean, makes sense. Who else would have the money to? Who else would have the money to build a pyramid just to be buried in? It had to be a prince, or some other type of nobility. Can we see how well he played just as a DM? Box-to-box midfielder? Then I'm wondering how on earth he's managed to have 3 mistakes leading to goal. That's quite shit. Then again, I've been raving about Kai Multonius too. So, in fairness, he's 18, so he's 8 years younger. He can make mistakes. He's allowed to. Right? That's how it works. Kita had one. Really? Kuli had one as well. Huh. Can't remember that. Yeah, we found that we weren't the most prolific pressers, but also we're kind of mid in that sense. Tackle win rates, I think we weren't great. Kubla 76 is still not bad though. Kuli 73. Kita 69, nice. So it's just I missed him somewhere. Kubotai somewhere else. Where is he? There. 76. So yeah, I mean, when we do tackle, we're kind of good at it. All in the top 40? Top half then. Roughly. Guess we just don't tackle that much. But yeah, he's not good. Maybe. Just because of how often he shows up in the defensive metrics. I need to look at him in a more attacking sense as well. I'm gonna write that down. Key tackles, key headers, that's not really defensive midfield stuff, so it's not super necessary. Headers 1, Yeah, it's Kaimoto. Don't think we have too many up here. We have Kuli. It's not too bad. 1.6. Fujiwara at 1. Might be in the, like, percentages were not brilliant. At 0.2 and 0.2. Yeah, and there we go, the percentages. Kuli is winning a fair amount of his headers, which is good. Fujiwara 52%. But it's the other two then. I think both of them were really... Yeah, there we go. 17% for Kubota. Which makes sense, he's not very good in the air. And Kita, 13. He's also not very good in the air. And again, like, is Kuri 12? Like, fair enough. Fujiwara? 9. So... Yeah, I'm wondering, like, where would we need to really... I think it's not in the midfield then that we need to win the ball more, because among defensive midfielders or centre midfielders, our players are not doing that bad. Like, they're not the top, but they're not doing bad either. Another fun fact about the Slavs, they have a fest where they have cool outfits, like traditional outfits. Like the Oktoberfest. I don't know if there's an English word for the outfits. I only know you call it a tracht. Well, to the Googles. Because why not? So yeah, traditional garment. Huh. Refers to traditional garments in German-speaking countries and regions. While the word is most often associated with Bavarian, Austrian, South Tyrolean and Trentino garments, including lederhosen and dirndls. Okay, that was not really well pronounced. Dirndl. The dresses. I do like those, they look nice. Many other German-speaking peoples have them, as did the former Danube-Swabian populations of Central Europe. I see. I see. The Sorbic celebrated too? Makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if it's tradition in the area, it makes sense that the people who live in the area still would keep celebrating it, right? Makes sense to me. You're very traditional and multicultural and you love it. Yeah, right? I mean, seeing the, like, influences from all over the world, that is fun. It's interesting. Right? If everything is bloody hell. My columns. If everything is exactly the same everywhere, it's kind of boring. So it's fun when things are different. And, like, I was going to say, like 95% of the time, you don't need to be scared. You don't need to be scared any of the times. It's fine. You'll be fine. It's okay. Damn you, game. Why are you doing that? You made one column slightly too small. Now, suffer the consequences of every column going to hell. And they're not coming back. Okay, there we go. Right, so in terms of central defenders winning the ball back, we can immediately see we have none on the first page. That's not encouraging. Oh, yeah. There's our first one. You mean your street signs are in Sorbic as well? There's Albert Einstein Strasse and underneath is in Sorbic. Nice. Nice. All of ours are in the same damn language everywhere. I don't think. Now I'm trying to think if I've ever seen any in a different kind of language. If anywhere, it would be in the north, like Sami, but I don't know if they have a written language that is too different. They would be, but historically they've not necessarily been allowed to use that, so like their own language. So yeah, that's why I kind of really am on the side of people should learn languages, and local languages should be taught because they need to stay around. I think so, at least. I think they should. Although we don't need to add in there because he's played always as a whatchamacallit, defensive midfielder. So we only had 4 central defenders play more than 1,000 minutes, and all of them, every single one of them, are very low on in terms of winning the ball back. When most people read it and they are here for the first time, they think it's Polish. I mean, if it's close to Polish, I could see why the people would make that mistake. But it's an opportunity to learn, right? And that's important. It's important. So it's central defense probably where we need to strengthen, which is interesting because I felt like we were fairly solid defensively, but in terms of winning the ball back, no, the central defenders, they don't do that. Tackles completed. Ota, but he was a defensive midfielder, so he doesn't really count. There, Roganovic. 0.9. What about tackle win rate? How are they in terms of tackle? Inoue won every single tackle he tried. Maybe you should have tackled a little bit more then, if you were that good at it. Cheers. Roganovic was decent as well in terms of percentages. Okay, and then we have So and Abe. There we have So. 73. And it's still not bad. Abe though, 64. And that is towards, like, among the worst in the league. So that's not great. Header percentage this then. We're not really high up here either. So is the highest. Then we have Doganovic. Makes sense, they were the two tallest. 75, 73. And they have Inoue. 68, Abe 68. So maybe, like, I've been saying, Abe have been solid. Maybe he hasn't. Maybe he hasn't. The only thing that he's been, like, pretty good at is headers, and that's very, like, middle of the pack. And he would be probably 750, 800k to buy. 86% pass percentage. That's also towards the lower end. I was gonna say like 7th worst. 1, 2, 3, 6th worst. Well, joint 4th, but worst. If you can speak Sorbic, you can say you speak a language that not even close to 1% of the Earth's population has ever heard of. Yeah. And again, like that's why we need people to learn languages. Not just their own. Learn all the languages you can, especially if they sound cool. If they sound cool, it's okay if no one can understand you. That's not the point. The point is it sounds cool. Why is there an odd little box there? I don't like it. Get out of here. Get out of here with your box. What about interceptions? Ota again played in defensive midfield the entire season, so he doesn't count. Inoue, there. 2.7. So yeah, it's definitely in central defense where we've not been winning the ball back much. But in midfield, we were pretty good. It's in defense. Now I'm wondering if that is because we like fall back and a lot of the defensive work is done in midfield rather than in defense. Is there any way I can see that? I'm gonna go ahead and right now, because I know I've clicked things, I'm gonna save the game right quick in case something breaks, because it might. Who knows with this game? Data hub, team analytics, passes attempted. I would like to see defensive. Team defending is this one. Defending? Pressing intensity? Defensive efficiency? Just tick everything. Defensive actions. Yeah, so most of our defensive actions are around our own penalty area. 74% of our defensive actions are in our own, well, in the final third, I guess. Or would it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess in the final third. what language do I speak fluently apart? I speak Swedish, I speak English. Well, I pretend I speak English at least. And that's basically it. I don't speak many others, but I have studied other languages in school. I studied Spanish for 3 years, and I studied German for 2. Don't remember much though. As at most, I like remember the like the pronunciation rules, so I can, if I read a name or a word in Spanish or in German, I can usually guess myself fairly close to how it's supposed to be pronounced, but that doesn't mean I know what it means. So yeah, I'm not very prolific in terms of how many languages I actually speak. You can hear it in my pronunciation. I do try. I'm not always close, but sometimes. Yeah, so we have fewer tackles, but we're pretty good at it. Set piece defense. Is it higher XA from set pieces than average? Is it because we have more set pieces against? Probably. I don't think this should be high. It should be green. Like final third passes against per game, 140.4. That's among the highest. The important thing is, native speakers most of the time definitely would know what I mean. Well, that's good. I mean, I do try. And to be honest, if I needed to make myself understood to a German, I'd probably speak English. It's interesting. There was no really real like quiet defense that was impenetrable. Interesting. Pressing intensity. Yeah, not us. But our line was decently high. Not average, but like higher than quite a few. Yeah, I don't really trust the opposition passes per defensive action, mostly because it's kind of nonsense, and that's often very random. It feels. But the line height, I mean, that could also be random. Any Swedish words you should know? Your brother's planning a trip to Sweden in the future. Oh. I don't know. I don't know if there's like any. And this is useful for everyone, or like. actually. Most of the time, and this is probably not a great sign for Sweden, but if you attempt to speak Swedish, we have a tendency to be like, ah, that's cute, please speak English. Because most people can speak very good English, or at least to like a proficient level, and would rather speak English than speak Swedish to someone who clearly doesn't know Swedish particularly well. So yeah, the exception would be someone who doesn't seem like they would know Swedish. Usually someone not in Sweden, and then they just speak it fluently. Then it becomes cool all of a sudden. That does not necessarily mean that the Swede will speak Swedish back, but they will go, oh, hey, that's cool, in English. I remember a trip that I took with a friend of mine a long time ago. We went to Rhodes, and while there, we were like chatting in Swedish, and standing outside a corner shop. Like, we should probably get something to drink, we were saying to each other in Swedish. And an elderly Greek man, like he could have been 70s maybe, he just came up and spoke Swedish to us. We were like, what the hell? It was kind of like, I don't know, I was going to say being attacked, but it wasn't that. Of course, it was just a decent old man or older man. He just came up and tried to help, because I think he worked at the corner store. Maybe it was his, I don't know. But like, yeah, if you go in, there's more in the back, he said, in Swedish. And we were like, what the f? Who are you and where did you come from? But yeah, that was interesting. And that would be like, oh wow, cool. But yeah. Old Greek man spawned and used his Swedish ability. It was very effective. It was very effective. We were very confused. But then again, like, there were quite a few of the native Greeks or Greek people who spoke Swedish. I'm assuming it's just because of quite a lot of tourists. So maybe it was beneficial, and they found that if they could speak a little bit of Swedish with the tourists, they sold more. And honestly, if that's it, perfect. Go for it. Knock yourselves out. Don't knock yourselves out. That's not very good for you. Brain doesn't like it, honestly. But yeah, it's if it works, it works. And if you can like trick people, it's not really tricking people, but if you can meet them on their level, and it helps you sell your wares to tourists who are there to probably spend money, awesome. Good for you. But that was an interesting trip, to be honest. That reminded me, I got called a douchebag by a lady who was like renting out the beach chairs. That was interesting. Like, I didn't fully understand the concept of like renting beach chairs, so I was like, I guess, questioning it a little bit, and then I was like, yeah, no, you have to pay. I was like, okay. So I gave her the money. She said thank you, and then half under her breath, just loud enough so I could hear her, douchebag. So that became a thing as well. Me and my friend weren't used to like say to each other whenever we did something. Like, did him a favor and he would say, "Thank you, douchebag." So that was fun. It was an interesting trip. Storm McCarran, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. The hell? Yeah, right? It was funny. Like I didn't see it as like an attack or anything. It was just funny because I didn't expect it. I didn't expect someone to say thank you, douchebag. And I might have, I don't know, maybe I deserved it. Maybe I deserved it. It's just random, right? Right? What else could we possibly... Possession, maybe? Movement. Maybe? Have a nice dream and see you later. Yep, thank you. I will try. I hope your stream was good as well. And see you. Pitch tilt. Possession gained. That one's probably decent. And we don't care about goalkeepers. They confuse me anyways. Fewer headers. Really? We had fewer? In Germany, she probably would have called me a Dummkopf or ein Trottel. Yeah. I mean, maybe. There are probably some more like, probably some more colourful things as well. But the fact that she did it in English, just to make sure that I understood. I like that part. She could have just called me something in Greek and I would have no idea. Antep? What's Antep? I don't know what a trottel is either. Dummkopf I know. Mostly because... Ooh. Here is a fun thing. If you speak Swedish and you speak German or try to speak German, one of the most common mistakes that a Swedish speaker makes when they're ordering a cup of coffee, because cup in Swedish is kopp. So instead of ordering a cup of coffee, they order a head of coffee. Ein Kopf Kaffee. No, Kaffee. There you go. Because, well, in German it's is it eine or ein Tasse Kaffee? Eine Tasse Kaffee? Either way, it's Tasse, not Kopf. Because Kopf is head. And if you want a head of coffee, I don't know. Coming from a Scandinavian is probably not the best thing. Same meaning, just another word for it. Typical German thing, like 50 words with one meaning. Ah, we do the opposite. We have like one word which has 3 different meanings, just to be safe. Just to be safe. So we're a bit more clinical than average, but we are also more low scoring than average. Osaka are like the guys to look up to. Jeez, scores a lot. And they're very good at scoring. Whew. Funny thing is the word umfahren. Huh. Don't think I'm too familiar with that either. Oh man, they don't shoot that often either. Cool. So Citizen is definitely the guys to look for. So we dribble a lot, but not fouled very often. They have Shimizu, they don't dribble very much, but they get fouled a lot. So they get lots of set pieces and then they fail at them. Damn it. Damn it! Wait. I don't... Performing to an average level in terms of pitch tilt. We have fewer passes for in the final third than average, and we have lots of passes against in the final third compared to average. How are we performing average? That doesn't make sense to me. It's two meanings. Either you drive around something, or it means you had an accident with something in your car and crashed right into it. So the exact same word, but exactly the opposite. Oh. Well, that's an interesting one. Let's use the same word for the opposite meanings. Awesome. I don't think we have anything that's like same word but the opposite meanings. I don't think. I don't know, it's difficult because I've never really thought about it. So when I'm trying to think of it, nothing comes up. What's that? What's that all about? One, two, three, four. So only 6 teams have fewer final third passes for, and only 2 have more against. Yeah, again, I don't really see how that's average. Teams produce a less than average number of passes against us in the final third. No. No, it's the opposite. Is my performance analyst just really bad? Does he not know how the charts work? The charts that he makes? Maybe. I mean, the staff rating is intermediate, so maybe he's not that good. But still. My dude. What makes German hard for non-native speakers is English only has the and German has der, die, das, ein, eine, den, dem, das, and many more. Indeed. I actually thought about this like earlier today. It's like, you know the meme with don't ever ask a woman her age, a man his wages or his income, and then the third should be, or a German how they say the. You'll be there for 10 minutes, and they only list the specific words. You know what I mean? Because there's so many. I think Finnish is the same. I think. Again, they have like... They can go for 10 minutes and just... How do you say the? Oh, well. 10 minutes later, you're still wondering, when will it end? When will it end? Yeah, this was very useful. Well, it was something. It was something. Oh, we can see where we have our passes attempted. Mostly in the middle of the pitch. More passes in the defensive third than expected. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Like in everything else, you try to make it as efficient as possible with the language. Or like, let's make it as complicated as possible. Yeah. Let's not get into like compound words. Like, well, we have one word that means one thing, we have another that means another thing. Let's put them together and make a really bloody long word. Swedish does that as well in some cases. Like, don't mind too much about how difficult it is to write down, because it's 16 letters. Don't worry, just do it. Let's create new letters like R, U. Yeah, we also have O. I think the Danes and the Norwegians, they have the same letters, they're just written differently. And same with the Icelandic. It's a Germanic language thing. We just need more letters so we can pronounce things or write them more accurately. Right? Right. These were not like how if you're familiar at any level with like Japanese, they have 3 alphabets basically. Not really. But like, at least we're not that, right? At least we're not. Well, we have a written language, but then we should have a different one. So we take the Chinese one and then we add it to our own. Oh, but now here comes foreign influences and words that are coming from like foreign languages. What if we make another, basically an entirely new alphabet to just handle foreign language words? Very clever, isn't it? So yeah, at least we don't do that. Ow. At least we're evening out on the set piece goals. So that's something. That's better than Nagoya. It annoys me that Shimizu's up here are doing better. The bastards. Again, Citizens are kind of the guys to look for. Or look to for inspiration. I think if people say they're Swedish, most people will be like, ooh, Ikea and köttbullar. That's how it's pronounced, köttbullar. yeah, that's pretty much it. The other, or the third thing would be surströmming. You know, the fermented fish. The thing that probably should be classified as a biological weapon. Germans love IKEA. That makes sense. I mean, you get exactly what you need. You have instructions that are very like, do this, then do that, then do that. Perfect for Germans. It's super structured. As long as you get all of the bits that you need. I don't know, like, most of the time, like when I see people who are like, yeah, it would be nice if we get all the screws or all the pieces that are supposed to be in. I have never, ever not had everything in. Like when I buy something from, like a piece of furniture from IKEA. It has everything, every single time. So I don't know. Maybe it's a local thing? Because I've never missed anything from a piece of furniture. Yeah. No chance for it. I know we've scored with this formation, so we didn't create a chance for it, apparently. We have scored with using it. Every 87, every 61 minutes. Alright. The absolute Hail Mary. Put everyone up front, and that didn't work. Right. We usually played one of these. Chance conceded every 83. Chance conceded every 128 minutes. But we conceded more often than that. That's really annoying. That's really annoying. It makes me sad. How many talking points we have today? Many different things to talk about. Right? Right? There's always something. There's always something. And so that makes sense. We go from football to IKEA, right? We can probably find more ways to get around, because we can always. It's always fun. Dang it! If we're looking for like his. So if we're looking just for a better header of the ball than Hashimoto, the only player on this chart that we can sign is Sakuragawa. Everyone else is a foreign player. And then we have this dude who got relegated, so... And he's quite below. After a while, after a long conversation, like, wait, what? How do we even get here? Right? I mean, that's the fun part of just saying things, right? Because when you can trace your way back, so like, how did we get here? Now that's always fun. That's always fun. What in the world? Why is he on here? He never played. in the world? You're talking about what flew into your brain, right? And even like the most minuscule little thing. Like, oh, this reminds me of that. Oh, that reminds me of this. And you just keep going. And, oh, we're performing to an average level. Everyone is below average. How are we performing to an average level if everyone is below average? Except for one guy who played in midfield. And not very much. How is that? How is that a thing? How is that average if everyone is performing below average? It cannot be average. Meanwhile, performing below an average level on goalkeeping. Really? Like, really? One is far above average, and one is, well, somewhere around it. Like, here's the biggest cluster of players, making fewer saves and saves fewer shots. That's where the biggest cluster is. And this is probably why I've been looking at Kokopol, because apparently he saves a lot. But he didn't play very much, so that's the annoying part. This dude would be the guy who actually played, as well as, where is he? Is it him? There we go. So these are the two best goalkeepers in the league. In terms of numbers, just pure numbers, per 90, these are the two best goalkeepers. And I think there was someone else, and then there was our goalkeeper. Who was the third one again? I forgot. I forget, but it was someone. Was it him? No. I don't remember who it was. But there was a guy. And he might even have been a little bit of a dude. Oh, look. Why is he not? Because he's not in the first team anymore. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, man. Right, but what we found out is that we win the ball way back in our own half, like in our own third, and it's not our central defenders that win the ball, which is probably a little bit of an issue. We've also found out that Abe, who I thought was solid, maybe not as solid as I thought. We're finding things out. I mean, 6.79 is not too bad for an 18-year-old. I mean, he's inconsistent, which makes sense. He's 18. Random conversations spawn like reaches the football manager. Right? Right? If only we could have some more Goodrer region spawn. That would be great. That said, we have had a few pretty darn good ones actually. Yeah, let's see. We can have a little peek. So we have like the 4th or 5th really good young goalkeeper, or really promising young goalkeeper. I'm quite excited about him. Let's see. Do we have everyone? Yeah, we can show everyone. Or the 5-star regions when we need them. I mean, we have a few, which is cool. They just need to actually reach that potential, but he's one. We do have a centre-back. He's, I mean, 4.5. He does have potential. He just has quite a bit of work needed. We have a couple of attackers that are fairly good. And these are like, they just came through our youth intake. We do have some really really solid players, or potential players at least. And we also have a dude named Diego Pitbull, who is half Japanese. I had to sign him. A good thing he was actually pretty decent as well, but we'll see where he ends up. We'll see where he ends up. Yeah, and then we have the other goalkeeper that I'm really excited about. The issue with him is he doesn't have that great aerial reach. And then we have our batshit goalkeeper, who I'm really liking the look of. He even got some games when everyone was injured, so that's cool. We have another centre-back. And this is kind of why I'm hesitant to try and sign Abe for on a permanent, because Harigaya would do the exact same job, he just needs a little bit more time. Possibly a loan to a second division team, or honestly, he just needs to play for someone like me in the second tier. Because the only reason Abe is as good as he is because I gave him game time that early. Dang it. We also found this dude. I think, did we sign him as a free agent, or did we sign him from like a... Yeah, so he just spawned in free. Apparently 5-star potential. I'll take it. Who else do we have? We have this guy. Again, I don't know where he should play. I just loan him out and hope that he will improve, and then maybe we can either use him or sell it. But 300k to 2.1 million for an 18-year-old that has never played for us. That could be nice. We also found Nippard, who is apparently the best defensive midfielder at the club at the moment. I'm not sure I agree. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. But he is pretty good. We found him just strolling around, right? No, we stole him. We brought him in from a high school team. There's so much fun you can have and you can find. Found this dude. He seems decent as long as he can get some decent development in. He'll probably go out on loan again. Like, we have quite a few players that have 5-star potential. The only thing is, can they realize it? And can we make that happen? The only issue I have is, like, how am I gonna have make every one of these guys develop? Do we have any in our... We should have some in our first team. Right, Roganovic doesn't count because he's on loan. Abe is 5-star potential, but like, I don't think he wants to sign for us, and I don't know if I should, so there's that. We have Kubota's on loan, and he doesn't want to sign permanently. We have the former star boy. I still like him. I still like Kaneko. Because he kind of led the way in the second season. And I really want him to be successful. So I want to keep playing him. And then we have Tsuchiya, who's ridiculous. I gotta get some sleep now. It's 1:37. So pleasure as always. It was a pleasure to have you around. And yeah, I probably should also go sleep, since it's 1:30 here as well. Thank you for stopping by. And thanks for the history talk. Always love some history talk. Yeah, I'm actually... Good thing you said something, because I was basically just gonna have a look around, look at some stats, and then basically just decide a little bit on what to do. I've not decided what to do, I just looked at stats and castles. So I'm gonna call it here as well. I will return on Thursday. Hopefully I've been able to make some decisions at that point. And maybe we can push on towards the actual 4th season. The season where we hopefully can push into the top 4 and get AFC Champions League, where we probably will get spanked.